I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost. I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
I'm not afraid of your ghosts, Bridget.
Oh, nice song.
I think everyone wonders what they would do if they saw a ghost.
Oop, wrong button. No, good night. Nice. Okay, I click the ad. You see the screen. Everything is going. The previous song was Shade Flero by Flero. Not sure what that means, but I guess the guy's name is Flero and the song name is Shade. So let's see the activity. Hydrate, that was a long time ago. Yeah, I just noticed again that the follower goal, there was something else. The stream streak, they are not shown in the basically anywhere. They're only shown in this this thing. Just sad that it came yesterday, no? Oh, I remember I had some tool like that, so you need to screw it up, but then I noticed that screws are too long. I think it was something like PC related, and I almost screwed a PC through the motherboard or something, so it was like very scary. But then I found out, okay, the screws are like for the other specific thing, I think. I remember. At least one day I might remember. But you didn't tell about the screws. One, then, is bad. Two, then, is not good. Three, then, I hate you. Four, hello, Dan. Five, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Hello, Dino.
Nice. How are you doing? How old are you doing? I woke up just 2 hours ago. I played again till 5 a.m. the stupid Guild Wars. Okay, Guild Wars 2, I don't like it anymore. Kinda. I mean, I like it partially, but there are some moments that I hate the game. But Guild Wars 1, I'm still playing it. And it should be boring as hell. But now I'm kind of stuck. I'm out of all the quests and I don't want to leave the starter area to explore. So should be weird. Oh yeah, I'm trying to make challenges. Maybe let's say try to complete. Can the function be named try to complete? And I'm stuck again. And the music is nice. Not sure where you are, but yeah, this is the biggest problem with telescopes, I guess. I was once or twice in the observatory, but we have like one in Riga, which is like weird enough because you don't see anything. And there's one outside the city. And I got there once, which was like kind of amazing. You have that feeling, oh, okay, this is gonna be great. Then there's this, how to explain, the moment where you see the stuff and it's not something you expected because the space games and stuff kind of ruined the expectation. So you get that blob. For example, I remember like the guy pointed to Mars and we see Mars and it's like, okay, that's a red blob. Nice. Still cool. Especially that you can see, I guess, Mars when it's close enough. Also now I think how they managed to aim the observatory that actually to the planet, because we are moving with like enormous speed. And the Mars itself is also moving, for example. So when you aim to a Mars, how fast it moves in relation to where are you moving. Also, the Earth rotates on its own, so you need to move and you need to constantly move. So does it do that? One thing, okay, it's like one picture, but when we moving, Mars is moving and the Earth is rotating and everything like is moving, but basically, how do you get stable picture, let's say? Very interesting. Oh. That's actually smart. That one didn't have the thing, or maybe it had. Maybe it tracks the thing that, okay, you aim it and then it kind of stays stationary to the point where you're aiming it, so it kind of knows. Yeah, this is like actually the question that I didn't ask myself before that. Can investigate soon. Someday, at least. When I will be making a space game, one day, we will have that. I will need to like figure that thing out, because there's not also like the stuff is moving, but also the speed of light, because it has like quite a distance of us, so it will take like few minutes to change to be seen. And now I'm curious, like, how the tracker works. Does it track by AI, like meaning the picture that you can see and it adjusts, so if the picture moves, it moves, or it actually knows the coordinates and it just points to the coordinates and knows where the thing will be, so it moves in to see where the thing will be. Also noticing that it moves, but the light goes time, like takes time to get to the telescope, so it needs to point where the light from that object will be coming from. I mean, AI I meant by, you know, the red blob shifted in the screen, so we shift also. So it's kind of not AI, I'm just calling it, it's like in-game AI. I think with the current AI technology, people think AI mostly about LLMs and like sentient beings more often than not. Remember the tune how was it called? Not tuner test. I forgot the name. Oh my god. Turing. Yeah. Alan Random Turing. There's the Turing test. Like, will you know if that's a machine or not if you talk to it? Now we have LLMs. I guess they beat the Turing test 110% out of 100. Quite scary. Scary world. Okay, what I was trying to achieve here. Where's the music? Why it stopped? Because it has empty space. Oh, you know why it stopped? Because somehow it is 3 minutes 48 seconds out of 3 minutes 47 seconds. It went overboard and then it failed, I guess. Awkward. The star tracker must obtain an image of a star, manage their apparent position and reference frame of a spacecraft. how it measures the position. So it can be kind of AI stuff where it analyzes the picture, gets the distance information from the picture, trying to figure out where it on the maps on the chart. This is something that I don't really get. Okay, I get it now. All good. I thought about like why the stars don't move on the sky, because I mean they are moving technically, but they're not moving enough. But then they're so far away that everything coming from them are like in parallel mostly. Also, we are moving alongside them. Because to me, like, it feels like there must be something moving in the sky, like with fast speeds, like some stars. So we should be able to see them also. But I guess we do, they're not that often. Or not that, like, maybe far away. Or the light is dim or something. Yeah, Outer Wilds is an amazing game. The star explosions are weird, but Outer Wilds. Very cool game. Not realistic space, but still. As adventure and space exploration. Absolutely the best. Can we detect them still, like, reliably? We know that they are there. We have the experiments like confirming that they are neutrinos coming through everything without any interaction, with no interaction. I still like don't get like some types of maybe science fiction and like partially close to that, like with the like neutrino bomb or like neutrino bombardment, like some other phrase like that. Because when I was like thought like the neutrinos don't interact with anything because they're like so small and stuff. But then also like electron doesn't have a size. We still don't have a size of an electron. It just like whirls where the magnetic field is. Yeah, this is, to me, actually how I see the quantum physics and everything. To me, it's like the same as normal physics, but smaller scale. So potentially, I see the actual atom as our solar model, basically. This is like how I see it in my mind. And all this quantum mechanics and randomness and like all the other things for me, like is same as, okay, it's something bumped into something else, and that's why the measurement failed. Like the observation itself feels like, okay, we have something, we can't measure it, but to measure it, we need to shine a light on it or something, so it would bump. But bumping into it actually fails whatever it does, because we kind of interacting. So we need to interact, but interaction changes the what it does. So before interaction, we don't know. When we interact, we kind of know. So, because it's so small, just basic light kills the whatever it does. Yeah. That's also the thing, but I think it was Grass Tyson, Neil deGrasse, actually told about that this is a bad name. Many people think about that as a dark or something because, I mean, it's obvious, but dark energy, dark matter, and other things like that is like, it's probably not a good name for what it describes, because it gives you a fail understanding. Same stuff as about the observation, like the quantum particles, and if you observe like the only know, then you know the state. It feels like it kind of somehow the science fiction made that so the how it was said, conscious observer, same in Outer Wilds. So when the conscious observer sees the picture, the quantum states kind of the wave function collapses and it stays there, which I don't really like, mostly because it is there regardless if you see that or anything else happens. So it's something about that kind of matters and like bothers me a lot. Yeah, knowing the size of the sun, I think it's closely impossible of what we have. But there was actually talk that, okay, we don't need to actually build a sphere. We need some kind of rings around that, so it would be enough. But then, okay, what energy we're gathering? How do you transfer it? How do you pack it? Because it's not like really an energy. It's like, okay, the accelerated particles that are coming from, that you kind of grab and try to accelerate some other direction, or like you can store them. It can be like chemical reaction, it can be magnetic fields, it can be like some kind of interaction, but you still need to transfer it to make it useful. To make it normal energy, basically. I still haven't played the Dyson Sphere game. Yay! Sadly, I'm not a science guy. I'd love to be, but I failed in that. I went to programming. Yeah, if you have nice weather, you should go. Yeah, that thing is rare. Maybe make some pictures if you can, just to analyze them later. Interestingly, how would they use AI in the observation? Because you definitely can ask AI to like search for stuff on the picture, because it's more, okay, pictures mostly in our telescopes are like a data, like the numbers, so you don't have a picture until you try to actually compute them into picture, and still it won't be a picture. It's just like what it could be if we would like left shift or like shift the data to a visible spectrum. Also, I feel my voice is shit, even though I woke up some time ago. Oh, nice music again. My mouse sensitivity feels awkward. Also, we hit 560 followers. I need to make a video on YouTube. I hate myself. I need to try to make it better. Okay, let's go and ask ChatGPT about some stuff, because I'm lazy. Generally, what I want to know right now is about generator. I think I know the answer. I just want to confirm if I'm not missing something else. So, I'll show you. I have the way how to build and way how to do stuff. 1 second. Yeah, weirdly, drinking doesn't help with voice. So, look at that. I have a scene. I need to fix this bug. Then I have this task. So when I run it, it waits for words and whatever. So task called progress action, but it fully controls what's happening inside. I need the same task having something inside the strategy that could be replaced. So I have a progress action, and this thing will be done only when the progress action is finished. So the progress action doesn't care what happening, but the thing that it's inside, basically a task or a challenge, I'm calling it also now, will know what should be there. So how to do it? One of the ways I thought, okay, I will try to have a specific task entity, but then I also need to show it somehow on the screen and have all that interaction, which is hard because task on itself is a resource. There is a panel that probably should be related to the task, and then the whole complex around that should be built, which is something, I don't know, maybe it's a good way. Next thing I started thinking, okay, well, let's have a challenge, basically a short class, short kind of entity created for one task. Like, okay, you need to match this word, and this is the challenge that's being created. You match that word, it gets destroyed, and you create another one. So if you need to match 3 words, like here, the class in itself will create 3 challenges, and you go through them one by one. So it's basically data, there's no visual, and the action itself still sees and can update the action and do whatever based on what the challenge is. I also need to figure out, okay, how to display the challenge, but that's actually, let's add this function. Maybe render, maybe view. It's definitely not a void, maybe string. Or whatever. So the task, the time, wait, the challenge itself should be also rendered on the panel. This is one way, but the problem here is, okay, how do I tell the progress action which challenge to make? Because right now, okay, I have a challenge called type word, which basically one word. Now let's have, I want to have a math challenge. How do I tell, okay, this progress action have a math challenge with those parameters, and this challenge has a word challenge. Right now it's a ref counted, so it can be created. So I can create it while giving it the ref counted stuff. Also, this is weird because can ref counted have the export? I didn't know that the ref counted can export variables. Anyway, I will need to instantiate that every time. So I will be doing new type word challenge or something. So I guess this is not, and every challenge can have different access to different data. So I might also have now a challenge. It can be actually interesting. So I can create a challenge context and challenge manager where I ask for specific challenge from the list and have enumeration for the challenge. Also, I saw someone is playing Satisfactory. I'd love to play Satisfactory, but the game becomes so boring at one moment around tier 4 and tier 5. Like a spaghetti code. Yeah, actually Factorio is better. To me. This is actually weird. I think Factorio is better because of the monsters. Because they're annoying, but also that's the thing why it feels better. Wait, you are the last tier? How much have you played? I think it took like a week of real time to get there. It's so annoying. I know that in the end you basically have this infinite factory that produces you concrete to have the platform, and then you have a space fully covered. You don't care what's beyond, you just build in space, in the air, above the ground. Multi-layer structures have infinite amount of infinite things. Because so you need like 4 tools for the next tier. And then you have a next tier. For the next tier you need like that element, but 1,000 more. So you created first 4, and now you need to copy paste that thing like 10 times to have the 1,000. And the next tier asks like thousands upon thousands of that third thing. Yeah. Oh, it didn't even reset. See? Wait, okay, it resetted on my side, but it did not reset on the stream element side. Interesting. Bot knows that you just click the follow again, but stream elements that does not. But the picture is happening through the stream elements. So thank you, stream elements, for ignoring that. He's good. He beats Dan. Actually, I'm curious how it's done. Does it know the list of everyone who followed me and then like just ignores that? I'm basically to wait like 3-4. Or you can wait, yes. But again, like, okay, for the tier 3 or 4, you need those kind of electric motors. Then for tier 5, you need that thing that needs 10 motors. Then for tier 6, you need a thing that needed those 10 motors. But you need like 10 or 100 of those things. So now you need thousands of motors. So you need to scale up the motor production, or you're waiting infinitely. Which is like, that's my boring problem of the game. It doesn't bring any interesting value to the game, because in Factorio you're constantly choosing between what you need. Here you don't choose, you basically just scale. So Satisfactory is mostly scaling up. Factorio is kind of has the logic behind it a bit, but it's 2D. Also they have, yeah, I got to space in the Factorio and that's it. I didn't do anything else. Maybe we should host a Factorio server. I felt like I'm actually like scaling like crazy. And there's no easy type of scaling. You can have this blueprint copy pasting thingy, which is small. So you copy paste like small parts. Initially you need those screw and bolts and what's not, like the metal sheets and whatever. So you calculate their, like, to optimize them with the lines and stuff. And then you build like hundreds of them. I remember like I had like around 10 or 3 metal extracting thingies, around 10 lines, and then I had like, for all the metal on the map I built like 10 something, and then I kind of, you try to kind of like combine them, and then some of that metal, like screws and bolts, should go to one thing, some of them should go to another thing, then they kind of pile, then you have try to make a buffers in between, because you don't want to stop production. That was like so annoying. You also need to accelerate always those like conveyor belts. Oh my god. Yeah, I like the game, but the amount of running around, it's so tedious. I never felt like, why do you use like drones in Factorio? Until the last time I played. Because I finally hit the moment where you get... Oh, now I can hit tab. And a radar station is actually why... I mean, it has a new meaning. Because you can put buildings and blueprints where the radar station is. So now I can play a strategy game. A base building, top-down view strategy game where I don't need to move anymore. I didn't use them before because they are useless. They're slow. They don't do anything. They don't heal. They kind of attack, but I will die faster if I use them. Also, they use a lot of energy. You need to build those posts for the bots, and yeah, it was so annoying. And they're still slower than conveyor belts. Even I think with the full upgrades, conveyor belt will be faster because full upgraded conveyor belt is better than the full upgraded bot. But you can build with bots long distance away. If you have radar stations and you have those drone charging stations in between and they kind of overlap, the drones will go across the map. Meaning, if I know that there are like some bugs, insects attacking me, I can go there and I can fast click to build defense stations there. Also knowing that you can have the, how it's called, basically the solar panels. I had the blueprint specifically created. Okay, I hit it and it automatically builds me a solar panel with a radar station. Then I had the blueprint to build around that the drone station with the charging station, whatever. So for the drone thing, and I kind of build that in the cluster, so I have the whole map covered by the drones, so I could build everywhere. So I built the walls. Yeah, the game fully changed. Of course, it took time because I didn't want to scale the drone production. I created a special line for the drone production to produce drones infinitely. And because of the huge map and coverage, the drones were kind of like scattering out. It was cool. I still have no idea how the game knows. So, okay, I need to build stuff. I probably try to pick up the closest drone. But what if all close drones are busy and the farthest away drone is only good? So will it wait for the closest drone to like queue up and not take the farthest away drone? Okay, my watch is dying. I need to put it to charging. But yeah, the drones is the first time when I heard, okay, the drones are very good. Okay, I had a new idea before I asked the ChatGPT. So the progress, the action itself can have a new context. Where's the scene? Also, yeah, after the gaming, I feel like my mouse speed is slower in Linux, which I guess I like more in the end because slow mouse speeds is, I don't know, it's better for shooting games. Somehow some people decide that you need the faster speed, but yeah, I feel like the lower speed actually allows you to have more precise aim. Also, I want to play Tarkov, the single player, one day. Oh, there's a new game I saw yesterday on Steam about the like ship battles. And it said like it's MMO, but you kind of have a ship old ship style, like the with the turrets and stuff. Not turrets, how they call the cannon. The cannons, but the old type of cannons. And the sails and stuff. Okay, so I have managers. I have content manager, action context panel, entity manager. So I can try and create a new context here called challenge manager or task manager. Oh. Okay, this is interesting. Obsidian. Where's my... Yeah, this is the previous thing. What if I have the task? Why it didn't? Yeah, manager. Then I have... Wait, is it 8? Yes. Then I have a task. Let's say I have a task. Then I have an action. I hate that I need to go to my mouse to click to have this thing. So, task manager can have it. Maybe let's have a task factory. Maybe challenge factory. Let's have the challenge for now. Okay, task has a challenge factory. So the action, I will call it like progress action because it's a special action that needs to work with some kind of interface for the basically a task. So it has a task. It waits for it to finish or to progress. Itself, it has the access to the panel. It monitors. It has the whatever. So, and when it finishes, it has... Okay, let's have another, like, on finish action. Let's have it, like, here somewhere. So, task manager creates a challenge. Progress action. I can have something called task context. For example, where I can ask something like create challenge. Let's say. Something like this. So, and this one accesses the, I don't know, everything. Maybe like this. And this one has access to this. Okay. Now, how the progress action knows what task to ask. So I can have a drop down of all the possible tasks, but this is not dynamic enough because enums are just enums. So I can create basically a list of possible tasks Okay, let's say I will have a task called or challenge like buy word. Maybe like, okay, match word. Match word challenge. So I have this challenge. And I want this progress action to work with this one. Okay, so let's take it and let's have it like this. Okay. I want this challenge or this task or maybe task of these challenges. Like, I don't know, like this. So the progress action will ask the task context, okay, hey, create me this challenge. I broke it. Oh, because that's okay. This challenge, whatever. So I'm asking, hey, create me a match word challenge. So the challenge factor needs to know. Oh, weird that I have. The challenge factor knows about the match word challenge. So here, I first load all the challenges. List of all challenges. So it is here. And this one is here. So is this good? Technically, yes, because I can pre-configure by my manager all the resources that are challenges. I can even pre-create all the panels and everything for them. So I can have a special panel created for the special. And then I can, the progress action can be just, okay, wait. This looks nice, architecturally. Now about opening the panel. Okay, this thing here allows me to configure all the challenges or all the tasks or whatever I like, including the panel. So I can have visually nice panel on the screen with all the challenges, with all the other stuff. Oh, by the way, I remember that in Guild Wars 1, they have a super nice UI setting where you can like drag and drop where all the panels, all the things happening in the screen. So I need to copy that somehow into my game, but that's gonna be in the end somewhere after the game is working. Because it falls under quality of life. To pin the panel. Yeah, I'm also curious, like, did Sinisperry stream recently? I just remembered. Because I still have this, like, in my brain, the YouTube thing that I need to make. Also, look at that. Oh my god, I look horrible. MongoDB is fucked. Oh, okay, they got hacked. I remember that. This is weird. This is different account. Oh. That's what happened. Oh my god, I hate it. So I changed my account. Shut up. To have. I need the kind of tutorials. Oh, solving. What is this? Okay, I like this one. I like space sims. Wait. Oh, also finally some other space sim released, which I have. Okay, it looks cool. So what I want to have something like this. Game like this. Oh my, oh, this is so perfect. Okay, yeah. So this should be like very hard to do. You need to actually like a player skill developed to do that. Like not in-game skill, but you as a player need to practice to have that nicely manageable. And in the same time, you need to be able to operate the ship as a character in the game, so you move around. And if you get hit with a laser or something on the side, you should be able to move around the ship, and the laser kind of cuts you down and stuff. So it should be, you know, realistic in terms of, okay, I'm moving around the ship and then something hits my ship and then it kind of happens inside the ship. Because usually when you move inside the ship and you move outside something, it's two different physics engines or two different physics layers basically. So they cannot interact normally, and that's the problem that I got with Unity a long time ago when I worked on that. Also, let's open it up. Let's. Oh wait. Oh wait, I have a plugin that pauses it automatically. Look at that guy. Yeah, and the videos that I want to make is yeah, I have this logger. I have other things. Maybe I can start doing that. First of all, I need introductory video just to see, okay, can I make an introductory video? Next one, I don't like how you actually both coincide, like, or someone calls for the squad, someone calls for the rest in peace.
Squats. Don't.
I did previous
Forget.
squads, all good. But we need something for Sydney Sperry. Not searchable even. Okay, 500 views. But this is hard video. I mean, in general, people want... I mean, even if you Google that, not that many people will click it. So I want to have similar videos, but more architectural style. Also, I like how Sydney Sperry is near the yummy stuff. This is funny. Oh my... Oh no, what you're doing with the bread? Nasty recipe, snacks. Yummy, and it calls yummy. Horrible. Multi-slot. Oh yeah. I actually quite curious how to make it. Since Perry usually doesn't talk about the architectural patterns for this, so I'm not sure. Future software engineers. Yeah, but okay, this is actually nice. Look at that. So this is more advanced, more like rare, let's say, and it has like 4.7 views. This is a more common one, so this one has a focal core. This is cool. I mean, now I'm curious how many of those got converted into YouTube. On grapes. Yeah. So those kind of more advanced videos are more important. Yeah, okay, this is something that I want to watch. How space travel nowadays works. No one knows. They traveled space, but they cannot conquer like guys with boats. And this... I remember that thing could close. Theater mode? Okay, good. And I will watch it later. Or maybe with you. Now let's do squats. 1. What? No.
Where are my squats?
Oh my god. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I hope Dan squats too when he redeems squats. I got told yesterday about push-ups. And I'm not adding it to the to the list yet, at least. I still haven't done the green screen. I can't find where the thing is that I hang it on. Are. Water doesn't open. I have the gem page. I guess I will have it on my desktop soon. Just to annoy me more, even. Okay, good. Yes. Blood is overrated. But I guess the wife can later tell you what a nice ass you have. Ours. Where's my pictures? Yeah, here it is. Just everything for the sexy butt. I have a dumbbells too, but I'm not using them. I weirdly enough, I feel like my hands all is better. It doesn't actually hurt that much. So it can be like for 2 reasons. One, I finally changed my mattress. So the mattress is like three part stuff, and I changed them places. That can be like might impact that thing. Also, I think I played quite a lot, but I was sitting more like better, I guess. What? You dance? I always thought why they do whatever it's called, the dab movement. I know that people love the guy in the Tekken 3 because of that, and it kind of popularized. I mean, when they do the dance, like the movement, they kind of move the hand in front, which is like, looks like the dabbing a little bit. They did the dab before it was popular. Really? No, wait, how it's typed? Did you type it correctly? Yes. No? Oh, okay. Okay, yes. Thank you. I definitely missing that up. Why I thought that capoeira is the jiu-jitsu is also a dance. Also, everything that is called martial art kind of feels bad to me. It can be used for like sports, but not for fighting. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Then I was actually learning that too. And I guess this is one of that rare sports that might be actually useful. Because all those like kung fu, wushu, whatever, like those are useless. Any fight with the guy who did a little boxing and you being knocked down. At least all these practices, all the shows, all the tries and outs, like they show that, okay, if the guy did boxing, you go down. If the guy did like kickboxing, you might even die. Like that's non without any discussion. It will be broken. But yeah, okay, I missed it with capoeira. Thank you. I will forget. So in my university we had I think it was jiu-jitsu, yes, and then we had is it wrestling? I think it was called wrestling. So we had like normal like, kind of wrestling in our like studies, and then you can have additionally jiu-jitsu, and they're like almost similar, at least initially. I think it was jiu-jitsu. If that's the thing that I'm thinking about, where you basically grab a guy and throw him over yourself and do all those kind of stuff. And wrestling is about the captures and locks. So then, yeah, I did jiu-jitsu in the university. I enjoyed that because jiu-jitsu was more about kind of acrobatics too, where you try to use the enemy's weight against him and like do those jumps and stuff. So we had this kind of also like, how it's called, the flips, the saltos and stuff. So we need to learn those too, which is actually why I walked there. So you need to know how to roll, how to do a little bit of acrobatics. And I wanted to go to acrobatics, but it's something that I never did. I love to use parkour, to do parkour. Parkour was a dream, kinda. Oh, it shows me I have one viewer on YouTube, sadly. Unlucky for him. Maybe it's actually, oh, I'm actually curious how YouTube works. I need to investigate that soon. But yeah, okay, let's go to my pictures and figure it more. So, let's say before the game, I actually need to configure the game. That's something that I kind of agreed on already. So, I will have a list of all the possible challenges for this particular game. Same as I need to all the possible entities for this particular game to be loaded in. Now about progress action. Can you go away? Yeah, thank you. This has a button. No, it does not have a button. Can you scroll? Yes. Which of those options were good? You go to the right. So I have this stuff. I have a building. Okay, it's opened up. I close whatever code. Then I go and start like commands. Command to build a house is curse. Curse. So this one is called like to activate or whatever, to place the blueprint. It's basically the action like activate the blueprint or whatever. Which on itself should... Yeah, there's the blueprint. And when it finishes, it opens up the the help panel, which I also closed. Also, the blueprint is still there. And good, I have time to think and have a drink. No idea. Okay. The goal is to build a house. Let's go back to the picture. So the progress action, yeah, the goal is to call this unfinished action. Ants are gone. Perfect. Ants went away. Okay, so the goal is to finish the action. Can I... Okay, let's move it down. If the scheme kind of works. Like this. Can I combine that? More tools. Frame tool. What is frame tool? Oh. Oh, I didn't know about... Okay, that's my new favorite tool. Frame tool. Where have you been? Never. In my career, I never seen a UML diagram. I tried to make those to some extent, and they were like, okay, not really UML, they were like mostly a code structure. But full on UML, never. Which is actually very weird, because this is being taught at universities at like pushed even. This is like one of the, I think the highest score, like whatever your grade impacting knowledges, and yeah, no one remembers that, no one uses it, everybody forgets. I never can remember which type of arrow is which. So yeah, I kinda, we can go to this refactoring guru. We can go to any like, okay, design patterns, like go creational. Yeah, I'm talking about the abstract factory. Wait, it's not that, okay, whatever. Some kind of factory. It's not abstract. So yeah, this is UML. Kinda. A bit extended UML. So this thing. This is part of this interface. Okay, so this is open arrow. Then you go to more depending. So okay, this is down. Okay, so this is this nest, this interface, this nest, this interface. This is inside the Mac. So those arrows, and they have those weird arrows additionally, which like Lila Brick. Okay, nice nickname. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, but generally those things that no one remembers. At least I don't remember like completely. There should be those like diamond-shaped arrows, colored ones, uncolored ones. Wait, do you have like the big UML scheme? Which can be big? Strategy, no. Wait, strategy can have the nesting UML. Kind of like this. Oh yeah. See, like what? What does it mean? No idea. But looking at that context and knowing what strategy is, you kinda okay. That's a context. So I still have no idea what it means, to be honest. Let's investigate. And then usually I see the code example and then I kind of get what it meant. But this is weird, and this shouldn't be like that. But everybody goes and watches the code. Imagine if your code would have this kind of scheme before it. So as the first time ever trying this code, you would go and see, okay, that's you don't need to learn the code, you just see the UML and see, okay, that's where it comes from. The thing that I used and I saw people use quite often, at least try to use, usually it fails because the tools are like broken for that, is the thing that shows you the diagram of your database. This is legit thing that we use quite a lot and people try to use. But as the software grows, your database usually becomes garbage. Your like normal forms die out first. And then you cannot have this automatic tool, hey, create me a database, whatever diagram, because it explodes. It loops around and it cannot handle that amount of data. And then you have a kind of basically a ball of fur instead of the normal diagram. Because everything like depends on everything. And then you have this weird table that you, okay, that probably needs to be fixed, but no one knows how. And the tool actually have no idea how to build a graph, so it would be like flat graph. Like planary or whatever it's called. Not as a UML. So what I do is usually this, as exactly I show you, but still it's not about the UML, it's about the objects, how the object would interact. And then I think, okay, those two need to interact. Are they locked to each other? Do they can be like reused somewhere else? Do they something else? Okay, then now they can be locked. Then they can sleep. Okay, this guy can be split out and then have like be as part of its own domain. So it's usually about not UML but more objects on top of it, because UML is basically a structure inside the like it's like in domain into the part. Because if you want to have like outside a little bit, it's what mostly matters. Because you like the good thing about the UML internally generally is that it's already small enough, so if it doesn't work, I can rewrite it, I can remake it. It will be not always fast, but usually it can be. Because if you have a big UML for the big chunk of data and stuff, then I guess it's good that you have it, but you won't be able to rewrite it. And then I have this kind of, okay, nice, I have UML. But why I have it? Still, like, also UML is very good if you can, like, draw it, like, as the interface and stuff. Also, now I'm kind of curious what the hell this means. So, context, strategy. Oh, yeah, also, my problem was a lot because I don't know English. And they have 2 words kind of like around that, around the this arrow and the colored arrow. And I think that this one. So, and I always confuse them. They are like, maybe it was called convex or like, I don't know. So they have the 2 words that I usually mess up. And yeah, I cannot remember them. I cannot learn them. I try to, and yeah, it breaks me. I try to build them in some kind of palace and stuff in my mind, but it still doesn't, yeah, it doesn't hold. It never used, and when I need it once twice a year, it's like, okay, I will just read the code. It will be faster than learning and remembering. And I will still need to go into the code later on, so why not to do it now? UMLs are good if you wish later on to split your code, to refactor your code, to like see the pattern in the code and see, okay, that could be better. But usually what will happen, you have some kind of monolithical piece of like garbage pile of code, then it starts to fail. Or, okay, your program is slow. You go with those tools, try to figure out where it's slow. You see, okay, it's slow here. Screw the AML, screw the UML, whatever. Just refactor it fully. Screw that. By the way, one of the tools that I think I used it on here on the stream a long time ago, and I advertised it multiple times. It was called PlantUML. I love this tool. I still would use it. I know that there's the better tool now somewhere. I don't remember where and how, but This tool, I used it a lot with... How did I got here? Oh, this is like the web tool, basically. Can you go to the... Please go to the... Why? Open up the website. Oh, it actually... Don't they have a website? Wait a second. Maybe it was on the left. So basically this tool. PlantUML. It had a thing that you... The plugin for the Visual Studio Code when I was using it a lot. So I was using it there. Sadly, I cannot use it in NeoVim because NeoVim is a text editor and it does not allow pictures, which is a shame. I tried to figure out how I could force NeoVim to know about pictures and show them, because Kitty allows to draw pictures and like some other terminals allow that. What's new? What's the difference? Okay, so if you have 3 W's and start, it throws you the thing. Always block. No notifications. So yeah, you have sets of whatever you can draw. What I loved about this thing, okay, you want to have a class diagram. Yeah. Class, you just write them in the text. And I tried to get rid of the mouse back then and try to use more like typing stuff. So I went full on this thing. And it was like kind of beautiful because I type, and as I type, this thing happens. Oh yeah, so extension, implementation, composition, aggregation, dependency, another dependency. So weaker form of dependency. So yeah, I always confuse what those mean. I kinda, if I read the code, I understand what it means, but when I see that, it fails. So this is aggregation. The part can exist independently of the whole. The part cannot exist without the whole. Composition, okay. Okay, so aggregation, I think it was aggregation that we saw on the strategy, because strategy is being injected, but it can exist outside. Composition, that it's part of the stuff, so it's basically 2 classes at one. Implementation is when you implement the class, so basically a nest interface. Extension is basically you use... Yeah, this is what Godot doesn't have. Dependency. The object uses another object. Is the class 1314. So this one uses... Yeah, also the arrows always confuse me. Like, so the class 13 uses the class 14. Or in reverse. Because this one is implementation. So it means the class 12 implements the class 11. Yes, and that helps, but it's mostly... It's not about implementation. It kind of is, but I'm nesting. I'm not implementing, technically. I'm implementing the special function that are abstract of the abstract class. But I cannot have multiple of those. Sadly enough, which is... But yeah, so... PlantUML, a great tool, great plugin. The best thing that I was using it for, that you can type. Yes, you can type and it will render stuff while you're typing it. With many different things. Oh, hi Brax. Yeah, and you can do like sophisticated schemes. And it kind of draws them optimized, whatever you like. You can add additional like tags and stuff and colors if you want HTML style, but not necessary. And they have like many different pictures, objects. When you learn some of them, you can do the state machine and stuff and what's not, which is like very cool. So I try to use this for the schemes. Also, the sequence diagrams is one of the easiest way to do it. I have no idea how you draw that by hand, but using this tool is very easy. So yeah, when I try to use this one, oh, GP. Oh, I didn't even think that you can combine them. Yeah, they have more stuff that I have no idea what they mean, but yeah, who cares? I use it for the sequences and yeah, sometimes classes, but just generally to have the general stuff. I don't know if Draw.io allows you to. The idea of PlantUML is that I can write. No, I mean that. Here I just write a text, and then it becomes a picture. In Draw.io you draw stuff. I'm not sure if it's connected to GPT. You might ask it to draw something, or like give it a code and hey, draw me the UML for it. Actually, this is interesting because I know that old Visual Studio, not Visual Studio Code, but the big Visual Studio, at least the Ultimate Edition had this button that allowed you to bring the UML diagram of whatever you did, which I love to use as a student at my like first work, and but it wasn't beneficial at all. ChatGPT to generate PlantUML based on the code, but how it relates to Draw.io. The code or the picture? I guess I'm missing something, some part of the Draw.io. I know we use Draw.io mostly. Okay, so Draw.io implements the PlantUML. That's cool. Or maybe in reverse. I know that PlantUML before that they were using this HTML something built inside them. So that's how they work with HTML stuff. They basically render what you write as a small HTML page and then kind of build it up. It always crashed on me. I mean, it often crashed. Not always, but very often. So you need to restart, or you need to stop, or you need to hide and like refresh, whatever. And Visual Studio Code is a plugin. Also, I know that there was a plugin for the IntelliJ, for the PHP Storm, and other tools like that. I know that people use it. I guess like for ReSharper would do the same thing. Also, no one joined. Jam, yes. Also frame, look at that. You can do frames. I didn't know that. Laser pointer, what? Lasso. Mermaid to what is mermaid? Text diagram. Oh, look at that. We're just talking about that. We use Morbate as a middle step, so you'll get the best results if you describe a diagram, workflow, or chart. I have a class. Progress action. Nesting from action. Progress action. Has strategy set task. Specific task. Okay, you know what? Let's click generate and see what it will do. Open API token is not set. Oh, okay, so you need to actually... Flowchart, sequence, and class diagrams. Oh, wait. It does not give you a picture. It gives me the configurable, draggable thingy. Oh, that's cool. And it's not the frame, so... But yeah, it looks like the normal things. Also, like, the squares are, like, pointy. Oh no, it cannot be deleted. Okay, I move it down, so I could delete it, if anything. Plugin eventually stops working. Rest in peace. I like this picture. And now I can delete it. Okay. So, okay, what I was thinking about. The idea here... Okay, brought by hydrate. I did hydrate, I think, yes. It's stupid. I have this kind of allergy, like the instinct. I don't even see that the notification and the message. I just, like, react to it. Sam has overcame that with the stupid sound for the squads. Exactly. Every time you hear that sound... Screw you. Every time you hear that sound, you... There's an urge to squat. Okay, there's actually an urge like, oh my god, but yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Now we need to remind them to squat. And he returns. Wait, I need to type it. Okay. I just remembered, like, does any one of you play Guild Wars? Do you want to play Guild Wars? Tomatoes, yes. That's about Guild Wars, I guess. The second one. I actually googled today. Okay, I closed it. Like, does it need to have the... I'm actually not sure. The second one is free. The first one... Guild Walls... No, I think Reforged is not free. Play with no subscription fee. But it's one-time payment, so... I don't know. But to be honest, I don't know how long I'm gonna play. So I have this... I know that there's an achievement. I didn't see that this time for some reason, but I read it about it now. I remember that I had this achievement long time ago on my first account. At least I saw it there. That if you don't leave the starting area, you will have how it was called, and level up to the max level in the starting area. You will achieve, you will have that achievement, like the Protector of Astra or something, or Hero of Astra, or some kind of achievement. It's like specific special thing achievement. But yeah, okay, it's not free. I'm now curious, like, is the first is the not Reforged but the original free? Because I think Reforged is the skin of the old one, so I can still get my old one. But I didn't try. Maybe I should try next time. I'm kind of scared now to unlog in from Steam. Strategy, execute, context, set strategy, do something. Concrete strategies, execute. Yes, this is I don't need. We read I want to watch that video. Okay, let's have this video as a reward. Let's figure this part out, because I like this game. However, it has one negative, kind of big negative, that if I have a progress action and I set up special type of task, but this task is not part of the challenge factory of the task manager, and it doesn't know about it, then it kind of should explode, which I guess is fixable. And later on, I can have this kind of editor where you build your level, and if you wish this specific task, you create your progress action, you attach the task in it, and it automatically will also tell, hey, challenge factory, there's this task. So I'm not worried about that. However, it's same as with entity. So if you wish to have an entity, you kind of create an entity. There's no way of doing it in reverse. Also, I guess when the action is being initialized, it can go to a challenge factory and tell, hey, this is my... Oh, that can be a trick, by the way. I can ask a challenge factory, hey, give me this task. And then I will have a task handle. Okay, what? Yeah, this thing kind of works because I'm using that for the panels and for everything else. I have a handles, I have whatever else. So it works as a framework wise, it's cool. The question is, what does it do? I have the open panel action. Open panel. This one just pops up the panel into your face. Big question of that into your face panel. What it can be. Okay, let's have a... I'm gonna call it task panel, but technically just a panel. So open panel, it will have this task panel. Good. Okay, that's open panel action. So this one opens up this task panel. Yeah, progress action, wait for the task to be finished. The problem is that I don't know really what the progress action will be used for. Okay, I can build a building. I can like every event of waiting stuff. Okay, let's say I'm gathering a resource. There is a guy like mining stuff, and he goes and hits his big case to mine stuff. Okay. When he does that, what happens next? So it takes time to get this resource. And I can go and help him. Also note that yeah, okay, there should be, let's say, the worker entity. I will have a worker entity. What the worker entity does. I will have a task. The task might have a challenge. Technically, the worker can go and tell the task. Complete challenge. So each worker from time to time just completes a challenge, and the task that has the challenge here will recreate it. Maybe like this. So okay. Let's frame it out. Now let's do some building stuff. Building. Blueprint. I actually didn't play Blueprint recently. I played it a little bit. I unlocked some stuff and I stopped playing it. I don't know, it became boring. I don't see the why I'm doing that. There's no... I think there is a story, but it feels like very boring, like... Especially that I constantly... yeah, I guess it's because of the randomness. I guess this is why I don't like it. Again, I feel like I have this weird feeling about, okay, if the game has Gamba in it, I stop liking it. And here it goes with this Gamba part. Where it's not my skill, it's like, oh, okay, I got unlucky. So I thought about some puzzles, but I guess it's very negative that I need to write them down manually. Which I stopped liking. I wrote some stuff. So I found out the password for this terminal, and I didn't write it down because I remembered it. But then I returned to the game after a while, and I forgot the password. And I'm like, oh, it's easy for me to Google because I knew the password. I was just lazy to write it down. And now I have a terminal where I can write this password, but I forgot. I think it was like Dark Swan or like some kind of stuff. But I for some reason my head is like that. Yeah, I do that too, mostly, and the Steam also allows this notepad for the game, so you can use the notepad for the game, which is very cool from Steam, but the game doesn't have it inside, and it would be super cool if the game would like record it for me or like do something like that, but it doesn't, and I don't like it, which I guess is fine, would be fine if the game would not have the Gamba in it. This randomness of the rooms. I once had... So my first run was the best ever run I had in the game. Because after that, I constantly get the turns that are not posing where I need to go. And then I cannot get to the end stuff. So I never got to the end door. At least to know what I need to do to open it. Even though I unlocked the garage, unlocked some other parts, I found the cabinet, whatever. But I don't know why, because I never got to the door. And now I'm like basically struggling. I found out that you can upgrade rooms, and I guess the game will become easier because you will upgrade some rooms and have more resources. But I'm unwilling to play it. Because this one is failed because the game... Yeah, unlucky. I hate that in games. Nowadays. I don't know how to explain that, but yeah, if the game has this randomness, for example, like if I play Heroes of Might and Magic, it has randomness. It shows me the minimal and maximum stat, for example, and then how much I'm gonna throw in between those. So if I have like 1,000 archers, I just have that number that one archer deals, I multiply by 1,000, and that's the damage that I can get. And now, okay, the guy will die or not die, and there's the risk, but I have many troops, many units, and it equalizes itself in the long run. Because I have like many stuff happening in parallel, kinda. In this game, I have that not quite a lot. It is like, it's very impactful. In like games like where you fight, it's not that impactful because this time I take like less damage. Next time I will have more damage. Here in the game, I get something bad. I'm locked myself out. The run is over. But I guess this is why people like it, because of this randomness. So my robot game, at least how I designed it on the paper, does not have random elements. Okay, it has one random element because you pick your cards into your hand as a command. Kinda. So having more cards increases your randomness, which is, I guess I don't like it also, but it brings a little bit more interest. Also, you can have it more deterministic by having less commands available to you. And yeah, if you get damage, you get additional commands that may ruin your round. But it's like, again, it's I'm not sure that I will like it. I think it can be fun, but we will see if the game goes. Okay, so I play roguelites. I like them, but the thing that how to explain that? The roguelite part where you get to choose an ability, like for example the how was it called, the zombies one, the vampires, or I forgot, the phaser GS game. Hello, unless unforgivable. Nice nickname. Useless, sorry. That's a funny one. Hello, greetings. Have a nice day. Hope you're having a nice day. Yeah, but I'm not. So the roguelites, there's this moment of oh, the bot got read where you pick a random skill. So it can be game breaking because it has a gamba. Yeah, I'm calling it a gamba basically, but it's like, yes, it can be ruining and stuff, but there is also a skill element which tells me, okay, whatever I pick, I can win. There won't be game ruining one. So some games have that, some games don't have that, and I think this is the biggest distinction. So Vampire Survivors, the game was called. So for example, there I roll them. I know, okay, if I have the element, I can roll that, I will have the upgrades on that. And then I didn't get one. Okay, I will have another element, and it still benefits me. It's still it changes something, but I'm not gonna die. Oh, you're having a good day, but now you found my stream, so we might change that. Sorry. I'm trying to, so I'm working on the game, and I'm usually complaining here. I guess people join here because I'm complaining a lot, or just don't join here because I'm complaining a lot. Being grumpy. So the game will be typing game, mostly for PvP. It's a framework. I'm creating the game as a framework so you could build your own scenarios on your own games. by using typing stuff. So typing means that you have a console, you can type whatever you like, and everything is a command, and it will do something. You technically you can have panels open up, you can read stuff, you can like interact with the objects, and then you can kind of do whatever basically, and you will fight an enemy. For example, like to build a house, I need to type the word curse. This word will be randomly assigned at the start of the game. I always build a house, so I cannot build it, and there's an error. But yeah, that's gonna be kind of gameplay. Then you build more enemies, more like enemies, more objects, more houses, more like whatever buildings, spawn units, attack your enemy, enemy attacks you back. You can build a tower that will shoot a fireball directly to an enemy. Then you see that enemy shot the fireball at you, and you need to type the name of this fireball fast enough if you have the air defenses or stuff. If you don't, it hits you, you lose the health and stuff like that. So it's gonna be, so this is RTS part, but because I developing as a framework, we can have it, for example, like a Mortal Kombat style, or like whatever Tekken, so kind of Street Fighter, side by side, two characters. You have random words to punch, to kick, to whatever. You type those to have an action. There's a delay. The guy does the same thing. You can anticipate their action. You can try to block. Same framework, same like behind core elements of the game, but just different visuals and kind of different scenario, different like feeling to the game. Still typing, still doing all these elements. That's what I'm trying to do. So right now, the deadline kind of that I'm aiming for the first prototype playable, which will be shit, but it will be playable. Thank you for the follow and have a nice day. So the prototype will be by the end of the February at least. That's what I'm hoping for if I don't find a job and stuff and nothing will happen. Which I shouldn't count on that, but I very hope that I will get something done. So yeah, but yeah, roguelites and that idea of the randomness, I guess it's it depends. So, for example, I like this the Caves of Vern, or whatever it's called. I love that game. Yeah, this is the hardest part. There won't be a punishment. So, okay, the punishment is only one. I still don't earn any money. So I'm still, I mean, I'm kind of earning because of you guys, of the Twitch support, of the ads and what's not. But it's not like, you know, earning. It's not enough. I'm not even having that money on my own. It's like for the stream, for the servers, for the everything in the future. So I'm paying more using that than anything else. So painful. It's painful on its own. So having something to show off would be very nice as soon as possible. Oh, by the way, we have this jam in the middle. Which I probably want to participate too, so... yeah, that's all... those all things is something that... need to focus on. Yes, and technically it's pretty enough time if I'm not gonna play Guild Wars or like anything else. I still want to try that new MMO about the ships sailing and stuff. I forgot how it's called. Like, it's a new game on Steam, like new MMO. It's fairly, it's early access. It needs the 1 gigabyte. Like, weirdly enough, it's only 1 or 2 gigs. Yeah, also Friday I'm playing the game. At least one of the games, maybe more. I guess Saturday, Sunday, I will try to clean my room again and to go to the shop and buy some stuff for the green screen. I think it would be better than just ordering a new green screen that can be hung up on the ceiling or something. And I definitely need to try and make some videos. Yeah, if Sinisperry will be live, I will try to ask him. How does he have any conversions from the YouTube to Twitch? And does it help? And I forgot to check if how many subs he has. I think I was subbed. I hope I was subbed on YouTube to him. Okay, blueprint. Then there will be a building. Then somewhere here should be a task. Maybe let's call it like progress. Maybe, okay, let's have a task. So you spawn a blueprint, then you do a building. That's weird. I like how the arrows change. The head of the arrow changes. So this one goes to the right and spawn entity. So here I'm spawning the entity. This is how the game works in this moment. Then there's the blueprint. Blueprint does the task. Wait for the task. So this task on itself should have a panel. I just have an idea, but I'll need to think about it. What if I don't have a panel? What if I just like have a building and then it has a name, and if I type the name, it maybe it has 2 names or like 3 names, like shortcuts. The words that are on the screen that I need to type to do stuff. Like, so this is the first question that I ever got about this game. So I have a screen with the elements on it. Like each element, I actually have this picture somewhere. Oh, it sounds very nice. I have a picture. Where was the picture? Was it part of the UI? No. Oops. Systems? No. Oh, it was knowledge. It just closed. Description, yes. So yeah, this picture. Oops. Can I? Open up. Open card. Drag the. What is this? I didn't know about this, but can you open me the picture as a? Yeah, thank you. So this picture here. I have a name of the building. So if the building is being built, I will have its name. If I type it, it will open me the interface of the building, like selecting it. But what if it will have on the screen already the words behind it? Like, I have this vehicle building, but I won't have it, its name like vehicle. It will have the names that I can type. Oh, I don't know. Okay, but I need also to show the picture, and I guess the screen was too small. So I will need to have the selection and popping up and having the pictures with the text and stuff. Yeah, okay. Ads, let's have a longer ads. I will have a bathroom break. Be right back. I will have this picture open.
Breaking news. The following message is requested by the state of Malta. There has been an outburst of a deadly infection. I repeat, an outbreak of a highly contagious virus. Sent through the station's emergency alert system, we have been told the outbreak was caused by two men who have killed and eaten the body of the deceased.
Oh, hello. Hello. Why are not working? Oh, wait, the workday might be over. Hello, Gogan, how are you doing? I started playing Guild Wars, the first and the second one. Which makes me sad, but I love it. Okay, I don't like the second one, kinda, because it became boring, but the first one is amazing. Weirdly enough. So yeah, I playing Guild Wars 2. I almost level 40, I think still. Not 40, like 38 maybe. And yeah, the game feels actually very weird. First of all the content in the game is for the level 80. So there's like almost 0 point of playing and learning the game slowly. It unlocks you some stuff, it does some stuff, but it feels bad. It's kind of good at the start, but then you kind of get this understanding, okay, the game is not meant for my level. It's just basically a story that you try to follow, but does not really matter. So it's a bit sad in that sense. Then there is the not that they hate noobs, it's just like there's no reason to leveling. I mean, not reason to stay in the low level. There's no reason to craft your gear. There's nothing like that. You go through levels so fast. So basically, you can have like spend 1-2 days to, if you wish, to level up to level 80, which is okay. That's what Guild Wars 1 was about. There's no leveling system. Mostly, it's like about scaling like horizontally, not vertically. But even that is... I would love to go and try some quests. I would love to go and try some other things in the game. But it kind of... I feel like I don't have time because I'm getting to level 80 and this fun begins there. So I'm locked in my first like 2-3 regions that will boost me up to level 80. And they're like 14 regions more that I won't explore ever because they will be low level. Same as why I stopped playing Warcraft, because at least the latest one. I love the old one because all the regions that you go through are like for your level. You kind of go slowly through them and you probably under leveled most of the time. Here I'm over leveled every time and the game kind of lowers my level down, which is also the game mechanic that I don't really like, mostly because I don't understand how it does it. Like if I'm level 40 but this area is for level 20, it just halves all my skills, all my damages goes like by 2 times, or maybe my power and everything else goes like 2 times less. How does, like, okay, if my gun does 300 damage and now I'm scaled to level 20, how much damage does it do? Or only my stats go down but the gun stays? I don't understand it, because there are some guys that come and one-shot mobs. Do they don't downscale to the level of the area, or they do but they just still like overpowered? Maybe the game like hits like 10% of your stats, or like in this case maybe like 50%. I don't know. So it feels like I don't know the rules, and it makes me angry. And I don't think that Guild Wars is good MMO. It's not bad, but it's not good. Not at least as that Josh Strafe praises it. The first one is again complaining. Yes, that's what the stream is about. Is it Diablo sound? The Major's flying. Thank you. Thank you. This song sounds named. Oh wait, I liked it. Now I like it back. Amazonian Wonders. Charlotte Lucy Glasson. Hans Hum. I saw that. I think I saw that stream. I think I didn't pop up. Maybe I typed something on their stream then. But I don't know. So Fallout 76 was such a bad game at start. So the complaint about the emptiness of the game, I think it was nice and normal. Okay, screw that. But everything else was awkward. You remember your password for your account? Yeah, I need to build this stuff. I keep forgetting that I'm still doing this. The panel stuff. Actually, yeah, this is I love the most. So, but sadly, there's only 2 games like that. That the big ones that you can play, I guess. I forgot. I'll be on online, of course, which is PvP mostly focused, which is like, it's a bit grindy, but it's decent and I like it. I'm not even like feeling bad for like buying myself or having the free premium for a week to get the island and stuff. And then the next game is Grindcore is the name. Or are you calling it, or like it's the name of the game? Final Fantasy 14. Because you have professions, and every gathering is also a profession. It's not to the RuneScape level, but imagining that every skill in the RuneScape is basically a profession in Final Fantasy 14. So in that sense, the game is great. However, I didn't get it at the start. The game pushes you towards the RPG mostly element, like the story that you try to go through. And when you have your character, one of the main your profession that you mained initially, you go through the levels, all the levels, you get back and try to level up your like craft the gear and do all other stuff. Also crafting in Final Fantasy 14 feels beneficial. Even if you don't get anything, you can sell and have money and profit from crafting and stuff. So it's good in that sense. In Guild Wars, I asked ChatGPT actually today, hey, does Guild Wars 2 has a crafting and is it like beneficial? And he says like, yes, it is, but not in that. So it's not beneficial. What I hate in games like that, especially like Guild Wars right now, it's like they show me the rewards for the current level and for the next level that I will get, and they usually have the resource packs, the items, the skills, the stuff like that. Okay, skills. Okay, I'm leveling up. I'm learning more skills. It makes sense. I'm leveled up, and now I get new boots from the gods. Like, well, how? I hate it actually. I don't like it. I hate that system. So first of all, it does not allow me to enjoy the game because each level up pops up that hey, you have a level up. You need to click it and you need to watch it, and you now need to select the gear, and I'm still fighting. Like, okay, but yeah, that part of where the leveling up gives me new gear, and that gear is better than everything else I have found or like I've done, and definitely like twice as good as I would craft. So yeah, this is a bad game. I'm slowly like spiraling, like rolling myself, like towards the Guild Wars 2 is not a good game. I like it. I still want to play it more to get to level 80 and first ever time experience the end game content. But yeah, right now level 120 from 1 to 20 was fun. Level from 20 to 30 is okay, bearable. I can like unlock all the stuff in the map, which is like interesting. I like it. I will 100% every map. Nice. And now from like to 40, I feel like okay, I think the game is bad. Yeah, Albion Online is cool, but I feel like I need to start playing. But it has a lot of people, so yeah. I like the Josh Strafe also played Albion Online. Weirdly enough, I think it was the first ever time, or maybe it was also Guild Wars 2, where the video was sponsored. So he has this kind of worst MMO ever series, and they actually asked him to make a video about his game, and he said like, you understand how my content is, like I'm not gonna like do stuff. And they said okay, that's okay, just tell that we have a new server, that's it. And they do whatever you like they didn't care. They were like kind of confident, and the game was good. He was playing it and he explained, okay, they have like many simple small mechanics, slowly showing you the nice tutorial, kind of some kind of story. Yeah, and that kind of, yeah, and he said the game is something that they will return back. So yeah, I also usually return back to the game. I forget how to play the game, but I like it. But yeah, he also complained about the skill tree that they have in the Albion Online. I also think it is shit. I think they had a patch where it allow you to zoom a little bit far away, but it doesn't help. It's still bad. Yeah, okay. I complained enough. I will complain more later. Stay tuned till the next complaint episode. How I need this panel and opening stuff, and how I want to connect and interconnect my stuff, which my brain cannot comprehend. So I have this action called spawn entity. It spawns the blueprint, and blueprint must have, or maybe it doesn't have. Wait, what do I have here? I keep forgetting. Where's my blueprint? I have a game launched. Stop it. Blueprint. I had a building. Okay, there's the blueprint, and there's the house blueprint. Click. Activate to call. Okay, so the entity has the on deploy action. So because the game is about the actions. Now I think, does the entity need this on deploy action? Probably not, but I can rework it later. It's like small part. The action itself, the build action itself, can be helpful. Oh, it activates the entity. It's called activate entity, but it can be something else. Anyway, it activates the entity. And I can have this event here on this action. So on entity activated, what to do. or I can have a next action. That should happen when the entity gets activated. So I type the command to activate an entity, and it has this entity, and it gets activated, and it gets deployed. And then the entity has this, okay, what to do, the action. The negative is that now the entity action itself goes to the entity and asks it for the stuff inside, and do you have an action, and if you have an action, initiate that one too, which is like kind of annoying. Also, it feels like I'm slowly going to this thing where all the actions that you have in the game must be registered in the action manager, some kind of, that will go through all them and initiate them if they need to. So that's the thing. Yeah, after we figured that out, we're watching the video. I remembered. Now the motivation is real. Focus and watch the video. Yeah, I have a panel. I have a building. So here it will have on deploy for now. Like this. I need the panel with some kind of progress. Let's write the word progress here. How they should interact? This is still not answered. I have Okay, let's say if on deploy there will be a task like open panel, and it will be a task panel. So let's say it will do, I cannot do it from there, so it will go here, and from here it will go here. So what if it is like this? So blueprint spawns open panel and it opens up the task. So task is already there. It's already prepared and initiated. No, that's a task. Let's have a panel here. I will move you here. And like this. So oops. Let's say it opens up the panel. So blueprint on deploy, open the panel. I cannot open the panel any other way. So for that I need a special action that will add an action. I forgot how it's called, but I have this mechanism allowed, so I will allow myself to open the panel. Hmm. I guess no. I guess I need this action that monitors the panel and yeah, okay. So in this context, the task action. So I will have a task action. Task action, when it happens on the screen, when like the blueprint is being deployed, it will ask, hey, start. So what it does, it create by the way, can I have a box that is named? Because if I do this, I'm gonna type inside. Can I guess not here. It was like in another tool. Oh, backspace is also to delete. Lasso selection, laser pointer, fab and bad, frame tool. Nope. Image and files, eraser. Okay, so if I do frame, can frame be named? Okay. This is hard. Sad that frame cannot be named, but okay. Because, yeah, having a name, like instead of the word frame... oh, wait. Oh, it can be changed. Okay, so it's gonna be a task action. Oh, good. Oh, good. Look at that. It works. Yeah. So I can delete this and I can start typing what I'm gonna type. So create open task panel comment. Good. Create task. Maybe I can do it with better. I can copy and write this. Oh, that's what copy does. Copy, paste. Wait. Now I can paste. Yes. Next will be create task. Also create panel. Monitor console. Ask task. Update panel. So this is all. Okay, this is all for the... how it's called? For the task action. So this thing is basically this thing. 5, yes. Oh, it cannot be in the middle. Ah. And this one cannot be in the middle. Why? Okay. Because it's big? I don't know. Yeah, let's have it to the task action. A bit closer. Thank you. I guess because I resized it, maybe. So. Oops. I clicked somehow and I managed to have another thing, but it wasn't the key. So there are other shortcuts, I guess, for those. Oh! Oh, they actually... oh my god, they updated it. Look at that. That's what I clicked. So now I can type the O for the ellipse, which is not really nice. Because I was using... okay, arrow is... oh my god, this is so cool. This is what I wanted for a long time. Text is T, nice. Erase is E, perfect. Ellipse is O, that's whatever. Diamond is D. Okay, nice. Rectangle is R, good. This is... now I don't need to click those. Oh, this is amazing. That's why the frame is F. I never actually... when I played RuneScape, I never touched any of the quests. I don't understand them. I never tried them. I played some which were interesting, but it wasn't on purpose. It was like, okay, the you mine too much, and then there's a guy spawning in and takes you to some kind of place, and now you need to go to school or do something. So I did that thing. Like capture style thing, basically. Okay, so that will open up. So this open panel will be from the new command from somewhere. I don't know from where, but yeah, it will have a new command to open this panel. And the task action is just the thing that monitors it and can be activated and yeah, can do whatever. So it also creates a task. So if I wish to assign a worker, how do I assign a worker to this task? How do I access a task by other means? The action monitors it, so the action stays in game. It also doesn't care about the panel being open or not. I guess the action should not even open up. Tomatoes, thank you. The song is weird. Let's have something more pumping up. I want to drive motorcycle. My brain racing and jumping. But I guess this will work. So I have the same kind of task. Let's increase it and have it. Was it? How it was called? Rectangle R. Yes. I will have it here. I will double click. Does not open panel. Does not call. But the panel can spawn in already like opened up. So this is it. Yeah, of course I can have a specific type of panel for this type that's normal. And now I'm building a building. And when it's done, it's being built. Now the workers here needs to access the task. So, oh, okay. Look, I have. This is cool. So when I create a task, action. So when the task is being created, it's being registered in the list of active tasks. List of active tasks. So when the worker assign action, it can have access to the arrow. Is yeah, I didn't wait. Oh wait, it doesn't snap anymore. It completely doesn't snap anymore. Oh wait, I disabled it somehow. How did I do that? What have I done? How I disabled the snapping? Uninitialize. What is this? Sync uninitialize. Okay, that's for syncing. Insert any file. And H, insert the new file, Obsidian tool panel. Insert latex formula. I guess that's not for the Obsidian, for the accelerator droids, for the Obsidian. Go to full screen mode, toggle property, read latest release notes. Can I close that? Yes, by clicking this. Install or update exploit scripts. There are scripts. This is powerful. That's, oh my god, it got updated and I skipped everything. I missed everything. But how do they break the middle thing? No, okay, this one snaps. This one does not. Anyway, so this create task from here. Oh, it does. That's interesting. Look at that. It cannot go outside of the task action. So yeah, this one actually creates this thing. But maybe, yeah, let's not do this. Let's have it. Yeah, why is it snapping? Because number 5 is not snapping. If I do with A, this one doesn't snap. There was a setting for the arrow. No? How to do... Edit arrow. Yeah, that's not what I had in mind. Duplicate log, bring forward, add to library. There was a way to actually change the arrow. Press delete to remove points, Ctrl Z to duplicate, or drag move. I feel like I'm missing something here. Don't know how it works. I think I broke something and I have no idea what. Because this arrow is still the same, so it does do that, but other arrows that I create are not doing that anymore. Oh, press A again to change arrow type. Okay, 5. It's not being changed. Okay, if I hit arrow, click to start multiple points, drag for single line. Okay, I can click. Okay, shifting actually doesn't work as I would expect it to work. Okay, but does it lock? Okay, now it locks. What changed? Why it locks? Hold control to and double click or press Ctrl to exit point. Okay, Ctrl doesn't work. This doesn't work. I guess I'm missing some functionality. I have a lot of new functionality, but this one is missing. Okay, now it locks. I have no idea what changed, but this one does not lock. If I delete you and I create a new arrow. Okay, now it locks. All good. Perfect. My mine is safe. This one can be deleted. Good. Look at that. Kinda. Yeah, it gets inside the list of active tasks. So, and then it would go to this one. Oh my god. Look at that. This looks like a working scheme to me. The problem is that I need the open panel to be created. So the task action technically needs to know how to create the open panel thing. I guess when you initialize, I will create the panel and everything with panel handle, and also let's rename that to open panel action. Oops. What's happening? Why? It's weird. When I try to edit it up, it changes to the other text. It feels that I broke it. Oh, now it works. Open panel action. Good. So it happens from here. And then there's a building. So this is something like that. So when task action happens, it does all those things. Bam. All those three things. And blueprint on deploy does this, and spawn entity you are being also action. Oops. I keep hitting the enter and enter has a new line. Okay, good. Will this work? Hopefully yes. Let's go and watch a video that I wanted to watch. About space. I guess we can watch videos on YouTube while streaming on YouTube.
Universe, because it now has the foundations for emergent encounters. Now, what the devs have been showing off here
can't hydrate.
is
I
at
just
the moment the space
hydrated.
game stops being a collection of just parts and bits and pieces and becomes a full-on game, or at least the foundations for that. And what's more interesting, perhaps, is that C-Beams is not trying to convince you that it's the next big space game that's going to save the genre. Instead, what you've got here is a game where you fly
Oh my god,
one
the
ship
docking is
into a
amazing.
propulsion system, because that's where the work is. You take contracts, you strip wrecks, you fight on when you have to, and you run when you should have done so earlier. And what really stood out to me with C-Beam so far at least is that it's not a game that's trying to sell you a game of scale. It's not trying to sell you a massive galaxy, an impressive looking map, and it's not trying to be your permanent second life. Instead, it's putting together all the pieces to make for a very engaging game set in space where salvaging and going into dangerous star systems is the aim of the game. And here's the real interesting part. The ambition of C-Beams is not there to outscale other space games that you may have seen. Instead, it's here to outlast their first impressions. It's a game world then that leans into a harsher, much more grounded science fiction tone where progress is earned through understanding the game world you're in, not simply by unlocking the next toy on a tech tree. Over time then, the developers aim for a universe that rewards patience, curiosity and restraint. And whilst I've got you here, if you haven't done so already, please do subscribe. It massively helps this channel and also helps out games like this, getting them to a lot more people's attention than it might otherwise do. What you might be really curious to hear then is that the game is being developed by Distant Light Games, and it's a team that's led by the YouTuber known as Leveled Cap Gaming. You may have heard of him. He's big into space games and other such things, and has a huge collection of videos and a pretty large YouTube channel to boot. They've been working on the game for 2 years now, and it really appears to be coming along nicely. Now, let me tell you about the thing that really interested me in the recent devlog, and here's a great example. Things in the game are not just there to simply be there. For example, a derelict ship is not just a prop. A derelict ship instead is an emergent point of interest. It can be a story seed, it can be the beginning of well, I was heading towards somewhere else, but then I saw this something. It's a feeling that not many other games capture, and it's basically
very cool.
the holy ground of
I love
space
it.
games in terms of design and philosophy. This is a premise then that is infused right throughout the whole game. Instead of things just being simple gameplay mechanics, they go one step further and make them deeper, more interesting. Another example then that highlights the direction here is something pretty simple, pretty straightforward, uninteresting on the surface. It's loot tables, but don't go away, don't drop out, because loot tables here are part of a bigger picture, because they also connect into the third piece, which is debris and scrap. So floating metal, floating scrap metal, collidable debris, larger debris, which is also being tested right now, and little bits of physical clutter. All of these turn empty space into something that has texture. That means space isn't entirely empty. There's actually something going on here. And yes, on the surface, this might just be considered ambience. Some people may just think it makes
Looks
the world
very
look
neat.
cooler. But that's not the real point here. The point isn't just visuals. The real point is that it makes space readable. It makes movement and exploration feel like you're navigating through something rather than flying through a void until the next waypoint. And when
Oh,
you
it
connect
went
those three
through.
different foundations together, inventory, salvageable derelicts, as well as the physical layer of debris and scrap, well, you can start seeing a bigger picture starting to form. Because whereas a lot of games might consider this stuff content, it's not strictly speaking content here. What you've got instead is built-in scaffolding that lets the universe create meaningful encounters for you. Because look at it this way, once you have derelicts, once they exist, once loot exists, and once scrap exists, you suddenly have the beginning of a loop that can self-sustain. You can fly, you find, you salvage, you trade, you upgrade, you take on a different job, you get pulled off course, and you stumble across
Why
something that
still
you didn't plan for.
accelerated?
And that's how space stops feeling totally empty. That's how you end up here with a readable and structured environment. What makes this particularly interesting is that they're clearly aligning their next step around the same idea.
Yeah, I
Because
still don't know
it's this
about the
step that where a lot of space
faster than
games
light jumps
fail. Think of
in
Elite
games.
Dangerous and how hard it is to onboard into that, how hard the new player experience is. And we can probably think of a lot of other space games that have this exact same problem over the first few hours. And it's the point where a lot of people just bounce off the game and never return. So the team here are talking about wrapping up the tutorial and demo system so that it transitions into the open world gameplay. And it's
That
precisely
explosion
that
is
that a lot
nice.
of
I
space
hope
games
every
actually fail.
particle
Some
there
because,
can
like I
destroy
say,
my
they
ship.
simply have a totally rubbish
Oh
onboarding
my god.
experience,
You-
and others because they might well build for a very good first hour, and they can build for a strong onboarding experience, but the moment you leave that guided experience and find yourself in the real universe, it can be very difficult, and a lot of players find themselves dropping off here. Because in these games, the real universe often doesn't have enough systems to actually support you keeping yourself engaged with the game. So, when the team here say that they've been bridging the tutorial into an open world, and that year 3 of development is going to be about building the world and mission system, what
3
they're
years.
really saying here,
It looks
what
like,
it appears to
1
me
month, 2
that
months
they're
of
saying
work.
is
But
that we're
okay,
ready to start
besides the
showing
assets
new
and
features
those
in
animations
isolation
and stuff,
and start showing how the universe itself
I don't
can
counting
hold
that. But the
together.
code
And as
wise,
you listen to the devlogs, I'll link the most recent one in the video description below. You'll find that this is very likely, whilst they keep mentioning refinement, whilst they keep talking about fleshing out systems, diving deep into AI, or talking about more interesting combat profiles, improving physics, all things that, well, are hard to show in a devlog, but they're pretty obvious the moment you play the game, because once you're actually in the game, once the world itself becomes systemic, because that's the way it's been designed, once you're not just there for a few curated encounters, everything else within the universe needs to be more robust. It needs to hold itself up and hold itself together. In other words, the AI itself has to make sense. Physics need to feel consistent right across the board. collisions in ship to ship or collisions with asteroids or other objects, well, they need to behave according to the laws and rules that the game has set up. So yes, the universe has to remain both legible as readable and, well, intuitive the more things start happening within the game. And that's, to me, where it feels as though C-Beams is actually getting more interested as it heads into its third year of development. At this point, it's starting to look a lot like a space game that can actually generate stories rather than just keep showing you content. And at this point in the genre's history, the space game genre, we really need developers who are looking at things in a more long-term perspective. So what we have here, hopefully at least, is a game where you can jump in and it impresses you right off the bat, but also it has hooks that allow you for the game to become...
Yeah, those particles need to destroy stuff. It will be so
This
cool.
is something that we're not seeing enough of when it comes to space games. Otherwise, yes, at the moment, it's a little bit too early to tell whether or not this is going to be that type of game. We've still got quite a bit more development to go on that. As every indication is showing that it does have a potential and promise for this. In fact, the recent devlogs
from
showing
the
that
space.
this is very
I actually
likely to be
like
the
anti-space
case.
games.
So that brings us to the end of this video. A whole load of information there on C-Beams, looking pretty good to me at least. Thanks for watching this video all the way through. There is another one on the screen right here. Do take care, and I'll catch you next time.
What is this video?
Right now, I think a lot of people are burnt out on space games.
Okay, what games do you prefer? Density actually means, density through meaning. Oh, there was Outer Wilds. We can recognize that. Okay, EVE Online. I forgot the name. No Man's Sky. This is J. What is J? Ants. Jump Space. And okay. Yeah, so Jump Space is the still developing, and this game is amazing recently, especially like with the recent updates. So I guess Everspace. I actually never played Everspace 2. I know that's roguelite. The first one was roguelite. The second one probably too, but I hope so I like space games where you can play from the first person, basically, because that's how I feel the space should be. Let's just hit the like and close that, and let's go to work. Ooh, we have a lot of stuff to do now with the new scheme. Maybe I should stop streaming today. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm tired. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, but to be honest, I didn't eat. Okay, I ate today's salad. It was in my fridge for like, so I ordered it 2 days ago, at night. So, and I ate it today, kind of. So, it had this kind of mayo inside it, like that you need to unpack. But weirdly, it's like viscosity of it is like slimy. But I need to cook to have a food. I could do like Jackie does. I have a cooking cam. The kitchen cam, but I cannot do it because I'm not living alone. Sadly. Sharing the flat and stuff, and yeah. I'm not touching the kitchen. I do dishes after myself, and that's it. So all the mess that there is, and generally all the mess, I just ignore that. I don't care. I stopped caring a long time ago. I just need to make my own surrounding space beautiful, which I cannot do still, so that's on me, and everything else I don't care. Yeah, so before I have a house or move, I'm not gonna do the kitchen cam or like the food stream. I have a gin, mulled gin, mulled. I'm not sure how to pronounce it properly, which I didn't know exists. The friend gifted me like as a gift, basically. How it's called? Christmas gift, kinda. And it's, I didn't know that it existed, but it's very good. It tastes like actually good, nice mulled wine. Mulled.
Mulled wine.
Mulled.
Mulled wine.
Mulled wine.
Mulled wine.
Mulled wine. I trust it's gonna be mulled wine. I will forget, but so it's not you, it's ooh, mulled. Mulled. Yeah, but I also need to finish the game as fast as possible, so I guess we're doing it. So let's add a task manager here. I need something like active tasks. There's gonna be array of task. Which means never. If I die, we'll never see the game released by me. Sadly enough. But I know that with all my current systems, I know that the next game will be way, way easier to develop. But I generally stream until I run out of water, so I have some. Yet. So 1-2 hours, I guess I can juice out of it. And then I don't know. I need to play some StarCraft games or Age of Empires games. Weirdly, StarCraft games are easier to play than Age of Empires ones, because Age of Empires is like, the AI is boring and I can beat any AI. Even like, okay, the hardest AI I can beat sometimes, but it depends on how cheesy it is. Because you generally just protect yourself, allowing AI to destroy all his troops and not allowing AI to get actual resources. Then he dies out on its own. And you just cheese with trading. And StarCraft, it's harder. At least I don't know how to attack. That's the hardest skill in StarCraft, I guess, for now. Meaning like when to attack, how to harass, how to like go back and forth and like poke him not to lose all the units. Because generally what I do now, if I'm doing Zerg Rush, or not, it's not actually Zerg Rush, but just Zerglings, I create a lot of links, like fast links, and yeah, pile them out and just a move. And I found out that they are kind of bad versus tons of immortals or tanks or something like that. Because if there's a wall and there are tanks, yeah, they die out. Okay, active tasks. tasks. So there will be array of tasks. There will be active tasks. I will need a function. Let's say add task. Function get task. It doesn't. Okay, you cannot get the task by the task. You could find the task by the name or by something else. So, but not now. So I need a way to create a task. Do I need a factory for that? Because I have this challenge factory that pays me for this specific task. And again, I don't know the task type. Maybe I can have the abstract factory for that. So I will have a task, and then I'll have a factory for that task. So if you wish to have a new task, you create a new factory, which kind of declares the type of its own. So it's a bit redundant, but at least I have the marker for it. So maybe let's have, okay, I will var is gonna be factories, and it's gonna be dictionary, the dictionary of task to task factory. This is gonna be abstract factory for now. So function create task oh wait, no, so it's gonna be, yeah, task type, and this one create task. You ask it for the task type, and it returns you a task if it can, of course. So return something like factories of type var factory of type task factory equals factories dot get type, then if factory return factory dot create else return. Okay, so that's how it's gonna be. What if the task requires specific panel? If, for example, I might have an infinite task, for example, the mining task. It goes like the worker goes and mines infinitely, and there's a task that it mines and it waits infinitely. So there it cannot be finished, like, but while you type, you kind of have that. Interesting. So, should there be a panel for the specific task? I mean, task type can define the panel for its own. So, yeah, when I have a task, I can assign the panel for this task, and then oh. I still don't know about the challenges, so I guess it's up to the task to create the challenges now, because I don't need them actually. Also, I need a way to complete the task and mark that it's being completed by the worker, but that's will be up to the task. How I call this worker stuff? Complete challenge. Okay, so yeah, and for example, the buy war task can have different views. It can have multiple challenges, or only one challenge at a time displayed to you. So you will need to hit enter every time, or you will have all the words on the screen. I also had an idea about how to make what was called the networking, that I can use my logger for the networking. Initially, I can just have a specific marker to specific like elements that if I add it, or specific channel, like okay, I have a new logger with this kind of channel, so now everything in that logger, if I have it, it goes via network. Via network. Maybe I should make a T. I don't have ads. When the next ads? In 13 minutes. Maybe YouTube actually shows me that I'm watching myself. Or, okay, probably the plugin is dead. That's essentially easier explanation. Because here it shows 0. Also, yeah, I accidentally messaged some stuff. Oh yeah, because if I'm messaging from the streamer stuff, it kind of messages to the both channels. Task module. Oh, it can't be moved. I guess it's too much. But okay. I forgive him. I just noticed that few negative of the game, if you have a worker, yeah, worker, yeah, that's gonna be tricky. network working stuff is yeah, I will need to think about that. Okay, so I have a factories. I can create a factory. That's a challenge. Hmm. Yeah, I have a type word challenge, but I also what I wanted to do. Is it vertical? No. Okay, shift has to make vertical. Wait, this is task manager. I wanted the type or challenge. That's the challenge. I can spawn it and that's it. Also, the problem is that task should not monitor the console or anything. Oh wait, no, maybe it needs to. Like, because the thing is, when I open the panel, only then the task can be processed. I can type. If I don't open the panel, whatever I type should not go to the task. So just simple open panel thing and close panel thing like allows or stops the current. But I had this thing about opening panels. That's open panel. Okay. Okay, pause menu. Action. Okay, it's not just the open panel. So okay, how pause menu looks like? It's an action. So it's same as open panel, but it also registers the comments. So I don't have that dynamic thing that I used to have before, which is good, because that would be a hassle to navigate and to think. It's the same as I tried to do with the, how it was called, the state machines, where you go to every state will have this list that can assign and reassign that will enable, disable special things and elements, which I would have, which was annoying. I also need to shape. I keep forgetting that I need to shape. And to clean my room. So, okay, pause, action, on panel. So this one When it's activated, it just enables the command. When it's deactivated, it disables the command. I can have a special open panel with commands, context, and stuff. I guess you can have open task panel thing that will tell the task that, hey, you now active again. And or I go and try to ask for the challenge every time. So I would go. Abstract task has those steps and what's not. Also, it can have, for example, function. How it was called? Complete challenge. Complete challenge. And then this complete challenge will tell by worker boolean equals false. So and the task itself kind of knows the, let's call it like factory, and it can be challenge factory. So, and when I start, you basically go and do like factory dot create, and I have all the necessary parameters for this factory basically, and it results and gives me back a challenge. So
been a long time, now it's been a week. Dressing back and bet your throat like a killer beast. I can smell you rappers like a killer feast. I'm about to eat and get to break.
okay, I will have a short break, and I drank too much because of the overkin, of course. And I'll leave it to the rap song. You can watch this amazing scheme of the future task module. Selling out the Shark Tank really ain't far-fetched. Round 2 and I'm blowing up your brick house. Bad Wolf, the crazy kid back in town. Sport a crown and I wear like a king. I'm the new age Robin Hood, never sporting skinny jeans. I'm what's hot now. You just freeze or burn. Get back in line, take a number, wait your turn. New verse, oh my God, will they ever learn? Every rapper got a gun and they flipping birds. You ain't Lil Wayne, you ain't Rick Ross. Fake rockin' chains made of dental floss. And your Air Ones, yesterday. Y'all should all make a track about how you that one guy did it, so it's okay. Copycats, find a hideaway. I'm calling out every single one of y'all.
place your bet, I'm the knockout champion. I'll bite your ear, spit it back till we get along. I go mic on him, the microphone slaughter. Yo, daddy hella mad, he got a manly daughter. Quit your crying, kid, here's your diss song. And you can tell all your friends who I'm dissing on. You tame, you fake, your game is lame. And every time you come around, you always saying the same thing. Nothing, bluffing, you tripping, you phony as what? Better known as a real dumb truck. Don't be mad, don't be taking this the wrong way. You instigated, so I kill it in a major way. Ouch.
Okay, I will make a drink. Wait, you didn't hear me. I put a teapot to make a tea or something like that. So now I will be able to drink more and something warm. Not to get cold. Okay, so what if I go to the challenge factory and ask it to create me a task? Or challenge. But the task itself can be aware of okay, let's look at that a bit more. So I have an action. Action can ask for a challenge. And it knows what type of challenge it needs to. So it's gonna be like right now it's called task type, but it can be also challenge type. So it asks the task context. It goes and asks task manager to create a challenge factory. Okay. It goes to the challenge factory and creates a challenge, which is much more challenge. Okay, it creates, it knows, it gives me the data for that one. Now progress action knows when it's being shown or not. Oh, actually it knows. It doesn't need to, yeah. I guess open panel action is done. Yeah, anyway. Task action on itself can like monitor and do whatever it needs to do. On finish action. And task and progress. Okay, I'm looking here, like this part here. So when I create it's still like about, do I need to wrap the challenges into the task or not? No, I need to, because the task is what ultimately is being created. So the task will have a list of challenges and the active challenge. And progress action on its own needs a special task type. Because task can be finished, challenge cannot. I mean, challenge is one. So I guess I need two factories, one for the task, one for the challenge. At least factory can be pre-created. The task manager and stuff. Yeah, it looks like it will work. So, but I need a little bit more things to get the things convoluted way more. Hard to explain. Yeah, so I have a task. And we go to the abstract task. Oh, it actually worked. I can't believe that. So the task... task can be infinite. So... it's not a signal, it's a property. So... is... function infinite oops return false. Okay, The teapot is ready. Be right back. I grabbed the snack. Sorry. And it's also not a tea. It was a tea, then I drank it. Now I just poured the hot water into that, whatever's left. So it's like a peace tea. What if I'll just have a task factory inside the action? No. But I need specific parameters. So if that's an action, okay, let's think about the context. Let's call it task context. No, how to call it? That no, some kind of context. Damn it. Okay, let's call it task context. Whatever. Task context.gd. Where are you? Okay, here it is. Task context. It's gonna be class name. Task context extends context. And it must implement something. Function requires logger. No, it's built in. I need Get code. Return. Task context. I forgot if I used that cap like. Oh, it's like that. So context final. Okay. Constant. Task context. Okay. Now I return okay. I think I needed another function, but I guess no. Now for the context, I need something like maybe grab that get task, create task, create challenge. Is it this? I'm so itchy. No, so itchy. How the action can tell the parameters. Unless specific task type. Okay, task type will be a resource, but it doesn't have anything inside. Okay, let's say I have two types of tasks. One task is like just basically one random word that's being generated. Then, let's say I have another task type that requires you to type whole sentence. And then the third one requires you to type solution for the math equation, like basically maybe some multiplication. So you need to multiply and like answer the question. I feel dumb. Get task, create challenge. I don't know like from which side to start. working on that. So also, is it called progress action? Should I call it task action?
You're my star tonight. Oh, yeah, your light gets me through the night. Oh, yeah.
Okay, that's task context. I'm gonna save it. I can, yeah, I can go back. Oh, I can go back. Wait, how did I? Oh, I clicked something and something happened. That's what I hate. I don't know what I clicked. Anyway, I have the vertical now. Perfect. After task manager. I don't know what was open. Let's close. Okay, I have a task manager and I have this thing in below. After challenge. So let's go to task. Abstract task. Once again. So as an abstract task, I need to start it somehow. Okay, has started or is started. Google. So it has started. Good. Now about work and step and finish. Let's say it also knows about active challenge, but it's not necessarily this, so it's not necessarily abstract part, but it can be active challenge and it will have adjusted challenge, or maybe like abstract challenge, I don't know. So when I start building, I have a blueprint, it's being put. I start the action. Let's maybe split, let's split vertically. And here I will open up the progress action. And it has a task. So first of all, context dot oh, it won't work because it's because I forgot the comma. Context dot task context. Okay, now function new init. I'm gonna call it like that for now. Void. So this is all good. I have my new initializer. And let's assume I have access to all the whatever parameters. I need to... So I know the task or the task type. But as I'm generating this blueprint, I want this specific... I actually can enable the camera. I can allow the specific type of task or maybe specific word or like... I need to give some task data, some information for the task so the task could work on that. depending on the task, that information can be very dynamic. So basically task configuration. So maybe I need a new entity called task config. Something like something like this. Same as panels. So if I wish to create a panel with information or just some text, I have this panel data, which here I'm creating, but I technically can have it as a resource because that's a resource. Yeah, that's actually a resource. So I can have a resource for the task. But then the task data or task something, it can have a task type with the information. So I guess I will go and create task type.gd. So you are last name task type extends okay, last name, task type, now extend resource. So but each task will have its own parameters and configurations that I need to input. But there should be a pattern for that, and this is like why I'm struggling right now. Because I need to pre-create a task outside, like but in the editor. Basically, I'm in the editor. I'm clicking the buttons to, hey, let's create a task, and I'm clicking all the buttons and like, hey, okay, the task will be from like 7 words. The words are like modular or like that kind of complexity or whatever the level of the words, or maybe I just make a sentence or like whatever. So depending on the task type, I will have different parameters. So if it's infinite task, I tell, okay, you are infinite and something like that. So for example, for this building, I need 2 words. For the next building, I need 3 words. That's actually okay. I think in that context, it's gonna be way easier for me. So that's an abstract task, some kind of. and I entering the task that is like by the word. And by the word is a resource of some specific task type, which I mean task type is by the word. And I tell, hey, there's gonna be 2 and there's gonna be something like that. Now when I'm here, I need to find a proper generator for that task challenge thing. Because depending on the type, I have different amount, like different set of arguments that will be passed. And because of that, I need to know about all the possible challenges that will pop on in the game. Okay, hydrating again. Yes, thank you. I think I will spend today and tomorrow on this part. If everything good, tomorrow evening is gonna be finished, and the Friday we'll get in the game. I feel like it's almost complete. Like the puzzle is almost there, so right now I'm just like shifting them around, trying to figure out. I have all the puzzle pieces, just need to like combine them. Also, let's do this for now. So to initialize, I need to go and do something like dictionary context. Let's have this like var task context. So in here I will go. So what I want to achieve, I will go and do like task context dot create task, and I gave you my task data, same as I did with everything else. With the panels at least. So, and the manager somehow knowing that information will create me a task The problem is that this task data or task type can I have a constant resource? Probably not. Because that would solve my problem. So what I can do, for example, if I have this task type, let's say this is like specific task. I already have this resource and I can assign it a task type. So I'm creating a special task type for this resource, and then I will have a generator on the other side for this task type. What if I'll have Okay, let's go to generator now. Let's jump there and figure out if I can solve that part. Maybe by word task okay, just like task generator. Let's go here. So class name task generator. I'm not sure what type it is, so let's extend ref counted for now. To generate first of all function to like create task and some like task data, and that's gonna be task whatever. It does not exist, but it will be, you will have task type or task. It returns the task, so return now. Okay. I can do similar things that I did just a moment ago. I mean, in my streaming stuff just a moment ago, which I forgot what it was for. Was it for the task? It was for the console, for the logs, I think. And what it was. Oh yeah, for the handlers, it's the same thing. So does this, like, can this generator create a task from these params? Interesting. No. Oh, hello. Hi ho, hi ho. It's like the gnome song from the Seven Dwarfs. It is going. Oh, bot, hello. I'm struggling a lot. I did this, which works in theory. Now I need to figure out how to connect it and how to generate the stuff and do all of that stuff. Because I need somehow, so I have the action, and when I create an action, as you can see, any action, I go and I, for example, like build house. It has something to put in. So I will have a task like the progress action, and here it will have the task or like some kind of entity. So I could create that, and I need to create different types of the entities here. And depending on the entities, I need to have different configuration. And depending on, because the task generally does not have the initiation procedure, it somehow needs to be created from the parameters that I give it here. So I need to have a param holder basically, which I click and create here. Then when the action is being initialized, it gives all of it to the task manager, and it gives me back a normal task created with the panels, with everything that it needs to know, I guess. So my problem is, how do I synchronize the task managers ability to create stuff with the action ability to give just numbers and have the configuration and things. So I can have a task type right now without any configuration, and it will create stuff for me. So it would work if I just have a task type. I select what type task is, basically by dragging or dropping, having all the possible task types already pre-created, and depending on what task type I choose, it's gonna be there. It can be same as enumeration, but I don't want to lock myself down to a specific task, and the task should be also dynamic enough so it would know, okay, I need to, I don't know, see the console, or I need to wait for like some other input or some other event, or like whatever. So task is simple enough, but the challenges can be different. Also, tasks can have different views, I guess, of how to show it up. The task can have also a panel and other things for that. Maybe I should give more power to the task, like if you have a task and it opens up, and the action tells, hey, create a task for me. So it will create everything for the task. And when I create a task here in the UI, I also select what type of panel I need, what type of like everything I need. So I actually configure the task here. But again, how to have a dynamic parameters? That's the weirdest and the hardest part right now. Also, I watched a video about the new game called C-Beam. It's a YouTuber creates it. Now I want to do that. Also, I want to be a YouTuber that creates a game. It could be cool. I need to have also a devlog. Oh, I cannot. Yeah, I'm not. Yes, I'm not logged in. I cannot add it to my wish list, and I cannot try it out. Looks cool. Kind of scary. And there's release trailer 11 months ago. Yeah, it looks so clean. Oh, I hate shorts. Do you like shorts? I hate shorts. YouTube shorts. Yeah, of course. That's Protoss. True. The Protoss is the easiest race to play. In terms of micro and stuff. You have a lot of micro possibilities, I guess, like with of the blink stalkers and the actual blinks and stuff, and I guess everybody can use their, how it's called, the transport to prevent lock-ons and stuff. Yeah, so but yeah, this game looks amazing. Actually, you know what? Let's show it in the chat, in this chat. So my dream is to have kind of similar game. So two elements, like three elements, okay, three big elements of the game that must be. First of all, you control your character, like maybe if it's 2D, like top-down view, like in the, how it's called, Zomboid. or like any similar game. You walk on your ship, and to control your ship, you need to go to different parts and yeah, do stuff. Then, if you're being shot, every outside hits onto your thing, onto your ship. If they penetrate, they are same inside. So if you sit somewhere here, and it shoots and it penetrates, it can hit you and you can die. Like, or like, action leaks out and all that stuff. So it should be like kind of realistic in that sense. And so if you wish to maneuver this ship and somehow, let's say, dock to a station, it should take a skill. It should be hard to maneuver the huge ship precisely so it would lock on and didn't break. Like clamp in or something. Yeah, and also the ship should be like built, of course, handcrafted by the player, if it's possible, or like modified at least. Okay, back to the task creator. I have a basic task and I have a basic action and it works, but it's time to make it work properly. This is, I guess, the hardest thing right now. Maybe I should stop here and have another day breathing it in. No, I need to think, grind a little bit more, and then figure out what's gonna be. So okay, I can have like different tasks, different task types. The problem is to search the generator for it. Okay, what if I go to how it was called? Task. No. Yeah, it looks clean. I very much like how it looks, and I very much like the docking part of it. Like it looks so precise and maneuverable. It's like, yeah, the camera angle, I think it's so simple, but yet so curious, I guess. Yeah. So it's hard to explain because usually you see the games like that and they feel kind of empty or like not impactful, the shooting and stuff. Here, first of all, it feels like, okay, there is something to do. Secondly, like every shot feels like it can like damage you or something. Like there was the moment of the railgun, and when the railgun hit your ship, you see the stuff outside of the ship, so it kind of hits you through. It's like, oh my, that's cool. Half-Life 2 mod? Is that doesn't mean Half-Life 2? There's a lot of those. Rising the bar. Okay. Oh. Bah. I can't pronounce it. But it was close enough. I sadly never liked Half-Life. I like Counter-Strike. I played it quite a lot. Some weird mods, but I like, okay, the zombie mod, like all those, like War 3 mode, like whatever, just PvP. But I never enjoyed actually playing the Half-Life 2. Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2. I still need to beat it and like try to play it and beat it, but I think I actually beat it long time ago. But I don't like it. Weirdly enough, I think the game is too long. Like, to me, in my memory, what's left of the game is like you crawl endlessly towards the towers, through the tunnels, then you endlessly drive, then you endlessly jump on the bridge, then you endlessly do something else. You do everything endlessly. So the environment feels like very prolonged. Like it feels like you actually travel like miles and miles and miles. Hi, Trickle Lady, how are you doing? I'm struggling, as you can see. I mean, I'm usually struggling. I guess that's what we do here daily. What is this up? Oh, AOE. Oops. Oops. Oh, and now it doesn't work. Oh, wait, it does. Oh, because I jumped. Bum, bum. Bum, bum. Still, oh. That's all the salads from the Christmas and New Year celebration. I still want to play. I know that there is a mod for the Portal. I think it's also can be considered a Half-Life 2 mod, which basically brings more puzzles, more dynamics, more everything to the Half-Life 2 Portal. I mean, portals are part of the Half-Life universe. Just now curious, like how good it is. I need to play that. I forgot how it was called. The Half-Life game, but kind of low poly, almost Minecraft-like. Again, not that poly. How it was called? It's multiplayer, and yeah, you basically do the same stuff, but it's very long. It takes like hundreds of hours for some people to beat. I think Shrouded played fully without friends. In the end, they kind of stopped, and he finished it on his own. I'm still unshaved. Oh yeah, yeah, the Trickulator knows about the new jam. Definitely. I will remind everyone more time. I probably need to write a new post, or maybe I need to update a little bit and maybe have some pictures and say, hey, I updated the jam. My general question is like, here I have a context of the consoles and like strings and stuff, like, but can I need this locked down, and you cannot have a type and search by type in the array. Okay, what if I'll go to my task? Is it task type? Okay, let's go to task type, whatever. So let's have, or maybe let's go to, always called abstract type, abstract task. And maybe let's go by word task. So here I am. There's the task. Let's say I creating it by clicking on the, how it's called, in the UI. I click and I create a new task. So I need to set the word count, how many words I need to set, how many words I need, how difficult it is. It can be dynamic, of course. It can be like whatever. Actually, this is another question. But I guess I'm gonna solve it differently, because that number could be dynamic. But I could create a random dynamic stuff, difficulty level and curves and what's not. Posture check, yeah. So I cannot stand straight. It's weird. I click the button to make my table higher, and this thing is sad that I lost instantly few viewers, which is weird. Okay, dictionary context. I got asked, invited to play StarCraft. Not right now, until I figure this stuff and fix this stuff to make it fully work as I wish it to work. So, this is a specific task, and I will have a specific configuration for it. I can, of course, what if it has everything already pre-configured? So I just create a task and this is everything inside. And it knows how to create a new challenge, but it needs a console. So the progress action needs to give it a console. If it knows, but if it doesn't know. So what we want to do here to so that the progress action should not know what task is. And in my new option, it was challenges. Okay, let's say I have a challenge. Factory. So okay, I created word task and I set some specific challenge for it. So this one will be exported. Also, the problem here is that, okay, even though if I will have a factory, we'll be able to do challenges and stuff. I need to react to that, and I need also to have a perfect panel for it. I've managed to work through everything else. I should be able to work through this thing too. Also, yeah, I need to inject the logger and stuff to it. What if I just go and ask it to create a specific challenge for me? Like, okay, the progress action, I give it only the type, and then it goes and asks for the, hey, give me that challenge. So I will select a challenge type, and then I will click to select difficulty curve. And let's say every task has a difficulty. This actually makes more sense. So I'm not giving the word count, I'm not giving anything else. And then I could select the task type and task difficulty. My phone did very funny noise about him dying, I guess. Yeah, that was so sad. Okay, watch it. Oh, and now it made a happy sound. What? I put it to charging. Interesting. Interesting. Okay, I guess I will do it this way. So I will have a task type, meaning that it will have its own generator and stuff. Then then I will have only two options in the task. So you set the type and you set the difficulty. And difficulty will be like the number from 0 to 200, I guess. So if I go to task type, so you will wait. That's the task type. Let's have a task data. Or task config. Task config. .gd. Yes. So, and to have that here, it will be class name, task config, extends. I'm actually curious, what if it's ref counted? It's not a resource, it's ref counted. So let's say it will have export our task type of task type, yes, and then it will have export var task config. Wait, task config difficulty. Int, but there was export range. Is there like a export range int? 0, 0. One. Oh, stab. Also stab. So let's have 100. And then 1. Not sure if this will work. We'll see. To start, continue working on my framework template. You're creating a oh, you're preparing for the jam? Are you making for the future jam to have it pre-built? But you could try it on the game jam. Unless it breaks the rules. I mean, unless it has some kind of already pre-built stuff. Because the mechanic and everything should be built when the jam happens. At least try to have it. Like, not that you will lose a bajillion of money if you break the rules and stuff. Okay, so this is the progress section. Let's go to the progress section now. Now there's a task, but there is no, because it's not exported. You can export only built-in type. So you can export inside the reference ref counter, but you cannot export other way. Wait, it didn't compile. Yay, now it's task config. So technically I go here, I create a new task config, and I select the task type, which I will can create new, or I basically drag and drop it, and then I tell the difficulty will be that. And there can be a difficulty modifier in the end when the stuff is being calculated. So let's stick to this thing. Also it's integer. Now it's 50. If I click up and down, I cannot. I can. And it rounds up, and it doesn't show any error. So it's kind of smart, which is good. Oh, this is what I wanted to create, but for now I have only a logger, because I guess the logger, if I try to use it more, it can be like very beneficial. Yeah, so there is good, and there is I think the better one, go dot G unit, I think it was called. It's good, but there is G unit. Or GG unit. Is it this one? No. Can I search like that? Oh, we need to wait. And now we can click and unit. Yeah, it can be GD unit. Why there are two of those? Where's the link? Maybe this one. But it didn't have view files. It doesn't have one. Okay. Yeah. I was searching for a big button. Yeah, I think it was this one. Because if we go to YouTube and we go to go.fast, come on. Oh wait, I wanted to watch this one. So is it this one? We know this person. Am I blind? Yeah. So there's a video and technical review. There was also a, there should be a, how it was called? The workshop? Not a workshop. Yeah, workshop I think it was called, yes. So there should be a workshop, but it wasn't because the guy had some issue, so he ran home. But generally, yes. Basically, when you try it out yourself while the guy talks to you how it works and stuff, kind of like presentation, but also you have a laptop and you try it on your own. But he gives you all the tutorials and stuff. I didn't watch this talk because I went, maybe I missed it, maybe I went to some other talk because there were some overlaps and yeah, it wasn't pretty. It has discovery, automatically finds and adds task runtime, run task from file system. I still need to go through all the go-do-fast videos. Yeah, so it has like a bajillion of configuration. It kind of, so he made the GD unit framework same as Java's testing framework. So it's good, is simpler, but also it feels like a bit quirky. This one feels like a real tool, at least by the previews and stuff that I saw and tried. It looks like solid thing where you can run some tasks, you can run all the tasks, you can do whatever. Also, he uses Mac, so I guess you should not use that one. So you should use Git. Good, because yeah, who uses Mac? He codes in MacBook, like what? And there's also I forgot the name. Resharper, Reader, Rider. Horrible. Yeah. It's all because he won't be able to use Unix and stuff. I had a weird issue. I'm not issue, like I got messaged recently about there's an old tablet, like vacuum tablet, tablet, whatever, and it's old, and MacBook said, okay, your drivers are too old, it won't work, please buy a new one or something like that, which feels very awkward. Okay, maybe there is a way to install old drivers for the MacBook for this tablet, but it feels, you know, kind of stupid. Especially that tablets are like very basic in their functionality. They were working on Windows before the tablets were created. Windows was prepared for them. So it feels a little bit dumb that it doesn't support it because it's old. Yeah, but you can try this one, GD unit. Hmm. Oh, this is actually something that I didn't understand. They changed it some time ago, and yeah, this is something that I very much want to see. I know that you can have that language server, and because you know you use label, and label has a text, and then you have this drop down somewhere, which will allow you to change that text. But what if I want to have the translation in my, like, okay, let's say I have a name here, and this has a name actually that I entered. So I need the translation for this name for all the other languages. How do I do that? Of course, like where I'm showing it, I need to go and try to have this language server set up and like grab the data, but it feels a bit cumbersome. So I guess here there was localization stuff. Yeah, okay. Maybe not this one. But there was I remember there was a button for the language and stuff. Because like my next question, okay, how do I get those translatable options as a file so I could later send that file to the translator so it would translate them, or to the ChatGPT so it would translate them. Yeah. So how do I get that PO file? Because sometimes some of the tools, if you have that by clicking and stuff, they are smart enough to go through all the files, because you know this is like the node and stuff. You have that auto translate, for example, or like whatever. So you can have that. It can go through all your code and grab all the tags that you have. So it will create a file for you, so you could later just enter the translation in it. At least, yeah, some of the tools that can do that, which is extremely powerful. Oh, so it can. That's cool. That's what I expected that it should be able to do. I didn't know how. Yeah, that's very cool. I think I started one of the projects with this translation in mind. I think it was the space one, but I didn't never like got into that translatable thing. Okay, I have this task type. What now? How to have the generator? So let's have the, actually, you know what? Why not? Let's have the function in it. Or not. Okay, whatever. Oh, I wanted to jump to... Okay, there was by word task. I'm stuck. Okay, but I had a progress. I had a big progress. I now understand how it's gonna be done. If you already how to use logger add-on in your game. It's separate Git repo inside Git repo. Yes, so it's sub-module. That is what the sub-module is. It's separate repo inside the, it's Git inside the Git. Just what it does, on the paper at least, if I go to my projects, Cannabis games type commander, so let's go to add-ons. Okay, maybe I need to go to Dynalog. Oh, no, yeah. It was here. So .git modules. So it creates a file called git modules inside your git like big folder, and the module has the path where it is, as you can see, the name of the module, the path, and the URL. So that's it. It technically knows also the version of it, but I don't see it here. It should know the specific version, because you technically can use like most stable version, let's say, or like specific commit basically. So it can point to a specific commit. I don't know where it stores it. Maybe to me it should be also in the git modules file, but I'm not sure. Oh, it was Dynalog call. Yeah, and they just simple git, and it doesn't know anything about anything, so... Oops. Oh, it's a directory. How to merge, whatever. Okay, so if I go up and up and up, and then I go to git, description, fetch hats, commit message, config. It has a sub module also in the config. Active true. It has an enabled LFS and 2 remote. No, 1. Yes. Maybe it stores commit pointer to the commit only when I change, when I'll have the higher stuff. I don't know. Damn it, ads. So I can have this task type. My current idea was the latest one. Before the ad start, we should start trading. So the task type here can be also generator. So can also be a generator. So it has a generator inside, kinda, or like is a generator. Now I create this task config for the progress action with all the possible parameters. Right now there is only 2, the type and the difficulty, and then it's being created. But that generator or whatever this is attached to the task type, it won't be visible to the action. I mean, it kind of is, but it's like not set up by the action, let's say. So, and I can, if I don't have a type, I get this generator, and the same generator can be also moved, or the task type can be moved to the task manager, where it will be configured, like pre-configured before the game starts. And this is what I will think overnight, and tomorrow I will try to finish that part. We'll see how it goes and how it works. Do I have anyone to raid? And I will go to eat and I will game a little bit. I will add some Kenzies. Surf up 2.0 UI overhaul, website refactor. Docker page peer, Laravel. My tiny park dev stash, improving the park stuff. Goblin, English, chill VTuber, game dev. It doesn't say what game dev. How I rated last time? Oh, he was in the list. Oh. I had funny boy. Adding time, travel to and flying. What? She actually knows a lot about the game dev. And I hate it. Because every time when I see something and I like something happening in the game, it feels like, okay, I don't know how to make it. And it breaks me. And she just makes it. Which is like, oh my god. Yeah. I mean, it obviously be behind experience, but she has like tons of experience. Also, this is a shader. I didn't know. This is just a shader. It does nothing. And then all those shaking and going up and down. It's basically a shader. Horrible. The world is a lie. Anyway, let's raid. Whoever we have here. And yeah, tomorrow I'm finishing that task thing. Hopefully I will wake up earlier to work more. And I won't play till 5 AM again. Anything. Surely, yes. Okay, good night. Tell hi before the ad starts, 20 seconds left. Yeah, look at that. Look at that amazing game.